everyone. Good morning. I see that I have a new gavel. I don't have to use it too much, but it's not. Thank you. That's nice to know where I sit and have something there. Today is October 27th, and we're convening the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for being timely and for everyone being here. The general plan today I will get into as soon as our secretary, Carrie, calls the roll, please.
Melody Baker.
Here.
Len Lenahan.
Here.
Amanda Lowe.
Here.
Candace Morrison.
Here.
Carrie Phillips here. Jeffrey Stone.
Here.
Denise Wilson.
Here.
Marcel Suarez Pinaro.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Everyone's here. In keeping with the proposal that I mentioned and everyone I think agreed to last time, knowing that we have different people online, etc., some different guests every time, we'll just quickly reintroduce ourselves every meeting. Jeff Stone, chair of the board.
Carrie Phillips, secretary of the board.
Candace Morrison, trustee.
Marcel Suarez, the student trustee.
Len Lenahan, trustee.
Amanda Lowe, trustee.
Dave Balkin, president.
Yep. How do you want to start?
Good morning. I am the guy provost.
Well done.
Kathy Costello, AVP of IRAP.
Mark Pachola, campus safety.
Ryan Noble, IT.
Tremoni, IT.
Kelly Lapiano, assistant to the board of trustees.
Cynthia Buckley, Vice President of Human Resources.
Eric Neons, VP of enrollment.
Mike Barone, interim VP of Marketing and Communications.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
Do people online?
Yeah, online.
Oh, yeah, sorry, online.
Denise Wilson.
Yeah.
That's okay. Denise Wilson, trustee.
Yep.
Melody Baker, vice chair.
Anyone else online?
This is Eric Slater. I'm CIO as a service from iTech.
Okay.
I am Cash also from iTech. Ruger from East Aurora.
All right. Thank you again, everybody. Appreciate that. The way this meeting is, I'm seeing this meeting going today is we have some amount of relatively routine business. We've got some executive session things that are important to go through, and so what I think we'll do is take care of the relatively more routine things first and then go into executive session later rather than having everybody wait while we go into executive session. And I think I spoke with most board members who are comfortable with that. So before getting too far in, I'd like to, of course, welcome back Denise to our table, after having been on a little bit of a medical leave last meeting. I did read your statement, which was absolutely fantastic. And this is a good chance to thank you in person for the work that you did over the last couple of years as our board chair, always student-centric, always dedicated to the outcomes at the college, and your statement perfectly captured the approach that you took to the job, and it was read and appreciated by everyone in your absence. So glad to have you back.
Good to be back. Thanks, Jeff.
Yep. Anything you want to add at this point now that you're live, or?
No, I don't, because, I don't want to get emotional or anything. It was better just to read.
We
for
got-
you to read this.
We got emotional last month, so thanks to you. Let's see. On the consent agenda, we had our annual meeting on September 29th, and those minutes are circulated. We had our new officer slate installed and so forth. So we will. I've read those minutes. I didn't have any comments, and unless anyone else does, I'll take a motion to approve our Board of Trustee minutes from our meeting of September 29th, our annual reorg meeting. Thank you, Len. Second?
A second.
Thank you, Marcel. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Those minutes are approved. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the matter involving the Media Planning and Management Services RFP. In our materials, we see the RFP and we see the timetable, and I just wanted to, I think Who's going to be speaking?
So Mike Barone.
Mike Brown? Okay, I do have a couple questions about that I want to frame before we get into it, but Mike will bring it up, and as I understand, the RFP went out on October 6th, and we're being asked at this point to basically bless a rough dollar amount of the thing. And one of the questions and I think another board member had was, does that make sense? Are we going to, by putting a dollar amount out there before the RFP process concludes,
Yes.
are we handcuffing ourselves? Are we giving too much of a signal to the potential respondees about our willingness to pay? That seems inconsistent with my normal sense of how an RFP
Very
should
fair
work.
question, and this is a little bit different, so let me address that, absolutely. So when you approach a media buying planning type of organization, an ad agency basically for general terms, in a situation like this, you need to let them know basically how big your spend will be or what you're intending to spend so that they can determine whether or not it's worth their while. They get paid a commission or percentage on the total dollars spent. So without having that in there, a good agency really wouldn't be able to give us a fair estimate or determine whether or not it made sense to do that. The number that we came up with is one based on our budget, and it's actually what I would call the bare minimum based on that budget. So it gives us some flexibility as well. So I think it does say at least. And it's a multi-year contract, so it gives us the ability to spend more going forward. That dollar amount actually is, relatively speaking, fairly low for an annual spend. When I was at Fredonia, and that was 8 years ago now, we had a budget of a little bit more than that in an annual year for advertising alone, and that's a very different market. More recently, I worked with another community college in a major upstate metro market, and they spend roughly $500,000 a year in their market, and it's a smaller urban market along the thruway than ours. So feel very comfortable with where we're starting at, but the goal certainly is, as financial times improve, et cetera, to be able to grow and expand that. And the whole, just as a reminder for the group, the whole reason we are doing this is to allow us to do much more digital advertising, which is something we've not been able to do as a college, and certainly not do properly, because we don't have the resources, the software, the skill set, the training, the Google Analytics certified staff, et cetera, to do it and to do it effectively, and to get the reporting that comes with that. The beauty of digital advertising is it gives you the most data out of all of the advertising options available to you, but you have to be equipped to capture that data, analyze that data, and make use of it.
I did like what I read, and I understood the number, and the materials that we got about this were pretty helpful in terms of understanding it. Also, I know it was discussed at the marketing committee at least once, maybe twice over the summer, Len, the general idea of needing to take a different approach with our marketing, to be less traditional media reliant, go where our students and potential students are, et cetera. So that's good. As for the timing, with the RFP going out in October, and now we're just talking about it, I did notice that the RFP, I don't think, had a reference to this dollar amount in it.
It does.
Oh, it does?
It
Okay.
does, yes.
Well, then I guess my only comment is we're kind of in a position now where this is out on the street, so does it make sense? We're basically ratifying what's already been done. But
Well, again, the point of
Can
this.
I throw my hand up?
Yeah,
Can I
go
throw my
ahead.
hand up for a
Yeah, go
second?
ahead.
Thank you. So I'm a little concerned about us having any action right now as trustees with RFP approval, just based off state guideline and how RFPs go. You can't base an RFP solely on price, and it sounds like this price has a large piece to do with this. According to SUNY RFP procurement process, and I guess you guys probably know that, the board approval doesn't normally come in until the last step. I think they list maybe 10 to 12 steps. And then it comes in at the last step. Just to remain fair, you have to do all of the check lines, the checkoffs to ensure that the RFP was fair. If we do something like this, which I've never heard of this, and I've been in this space for quite some time, if we do something like this, I would just want, before I approve it, or vote for approval, I would just know the legalities and making sure that we are following, SUNY and state protocol, because this seems a little out of order to me.
So can I
Yeah,
make a comment?
I'll just say one more thing and then go with you, Dave. Yeah, I generally join with you. The board normally in a situation like this would look at the outcome of the RFP process and have the RFP process explained to it, and then we would vote yes or not on whether we accept the outcome of the RFP. We've done that as recently as last meeting. And yet I understand Mike's point about, the broad sense of what we're willing to do so that the RFP makes sense. So I get that, but Dave, you want to comment?
Yeah, so again, this could be completely my fault, because what my interest was in bringing this forward was primarily to ensure that the board understood that we were taking a relatively radical change in our direction and our spend with digital advertising. And again, what we didn't want to do is put everybody through their paces only to say, you can't spend that much money. I just wanted us to recognize that we've never done anything close to this before in the digital marketing space. So this is kind of revolutionary for our college, not for colleges in general, but for our college, this is a completely different marketing strategy. And for us to come back, end of November or December, or whenever the RFP responses are in, and put something on the table in front of you and have you say, why are you doing this? Just didn't seem to make sense to me.
Okay.
So again, I don't know if any action is required, and maybe the better positioning of this is, informational. But from my perspective, it's critical that we're all on the same page as far as what's required for us to again expand our market presence moving forward.
I think that's a fair comment. I think the only amendment I would make to the whole process is put it in front of the board in concept before the RFP goes out on October 6th, so that you don't waste the time, if we had a concern with it. Now, I'm not sure we have a concern, because first of all, I think it's a pretty good approach, and second, I have looked at the minutes of the marketing committee meetings that Len has chaired, and this has been discussed, and we've seen the metrics that show us as this being within range. So, Len, I don't know if you want to comment on how you feel about this.
No, I'm generally supportive of this approach. I think as much light as we can shed on marketing the school in a different way is a good thing. So if this process is a little bit out of step with what we usually do, good. I'm good with it. Yeah.
If I can also add, part of the rationale of doing it this way is time is relatively of the essence, because after this, because of the size of it, then it would have to go onto the legislature, and then we need time to actually do it.
Okay.
And that in itself will be a several-week process of onboarding that new agency, giving them the time they need to conduct their research, to come back with their recommendations on where we should be and how much we should allocate where, et cetera, et cetera. But from an operations management standpoint, it's always best in the marketing office to be able to do this kind of stuff when everybody else isn't there. In other words, during the semester breaks. And so that's what we're kind of trying to line up, is that during those quiet weeks before students and faculty come back and start knocking on our door to help them promote whatever they've got going on in that moment, this is that lovely sweet spot that usually happens between Thanksgiving and, say, the third week of January.
Yeah, I think it's just a process tweak. I think the best thing to do going forward to tailor this would be, if you've got an RFP going on October 6th, have us talk about it conceptually on September 29th, not later in October. Any other trustees wish to comment on this?
And just to comment that the 300,000 is a floor, is a minimum, and we have the flexibility to move up if at that point we're in a position to do that, and if that coincides with what the campaign's objectives are. So
I'm sensing a general consensus that the overall approach here, the substance of this, is not a subject of disagreement. Do I hear that? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any other comments on that? If so, I think that is, you're wanting our approval. So
I don't know if there's really an approval required. And to your point, ideally, you're absolutely right. It would have been great to time this such that we had this discussion before the RFP went out, so we wouldn't waste any of our external potential vendors' time. However, just so you're aware, if you had said no, to call them up and say, cancel the RFP,
Yeah, and
wouldn't have been
that's
terrible
true.
either.
It's just a little.
So I don't think that's the case. I don't think we would have had to cancel the RFP. I think this item cannot be up for vote right now, just in terms of how the process has to play out. There's no vote that can happen. If we do, then you have a failed RFP process. And to Mike's point, if time is really of the essence, you would hate to have to start over. That's what will have to happen.
That's a good way to put it.
So to get just to have an idea of what the cost may be and what the purpose would be, Jeff, I completely agree that it should, to have had it done in September would have been great. But this item, just so we know, to be clear, we cannot vote on it.
It sounds like we're not even necessarily being asked to vote. I think we're looking for a broad consensus. Do we have a general alignment with what we're doing here? Is this window of money appropriate? And we talked about the process tweak, so I think I'm ready to move on. Anyone else care to comment? Yeah.
We just need a motion to table this on the agenda.
All right, let's do that. And may I have a motion to table this entire matter?
I'll move the table.
Yep, thank you. Second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Did I catch Melody and Denise both aye on that?
It's a thing.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, I think that's helpful. Thank you. Now, on the budget to actual, this is received outside our committee meeting. Normally, Arda would be here and talk about that. I don't know if Bill or Dave wish to draw us. We're on page 37 on your materials for those who have it in hard copy or on their screen. Looking at it, when I looked at it, a lot of this is timing. At this time of year, a lot of money comes in. Some expenses haven't been paid, but we're ahead. Tuition is decreased compared to prior year, but we had an increase in fees. As you remember, we raised the technology fee, and there have been significant declines. If you take a look at the actual on 9/30/2022 and the prior on 9/30/2021 and focus on, total revenues are relatively steady, actually up a little bit. But if you look at the expense line, total expenses, you see a pretty dramatic decrease there. And as the footnote notes, this decline in salaries and wages is seen across all unions are due to layoffs, retirements, redeploying of staff, and the aggressive hiring freeze that's been implemented. So, and of course, a decrease in salaries then drives a corresponding decrease in fringe benefits. So that's a pretty dramatic number, and that's, we've all lived through that. The entire college community has. So I'm seeing it there. Bill or David, do you wish to draw anything, our attention to any piece of this?
Bill, do you have any things you want to say?
Good morning, Jeff. No, you hit it. I mean, Art has been putting those footnotes on the bottom to better explain the numbers, and we are right level with our estimated revenues, and we have significant savings on the expense and the corresponding fringe line. So we're in good shape. I did talk to her earlier yesterday about the updated year end, and we're still tracking to finish with about a $6.3 million surplus for fiscal year ended August 31st of 22. So we should have a $14.4 million auditor fund balance at year end, obviously subject to audit, and we are meeting with the audit firm to start that process. As the board approved last month, Tresham and Lucky, their contract was reviewed, so we'll be moving forward with that.
And we've been tracking this at the budget and audit committee meetings every month. So I would just note that while that is an improvement in our reserve, of course, we all know that under our policies, we're to have, I think it's a 3-month operating fund or rainy day fund, which
2 months.
2 months. It's
2 months.
historically been about 16 million, so we're still under where we technically should be.
Yeah,
Although
we
that
took
may be
it down
easy.
for a few years, Jeff, and we are between Dr. Ball and maybe a little whatever, we're back at the level we should be.
Yeah, and our budget has gone down a little bit, so that 2 month has changed. Okay.
Yeah, additionally, I just want to let everyone know, the reason Arda isn't here is because she's representing the college at the legislature, where we're basically reviewing a resolution to change our copier, or renew our copier service. And, you know, what we're effectively doing is we put it out for RFP, and we're consolidating our color copying at North Campus. And to that point, it will save about $644,000 over the next 5 years. And again, this isn't printers, color printers, it's just heavy-duty, big copiers, which will effectively be coordinated and managed by our marketing organization moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Denise, going to you next with the Curriculum, Student Success, and Diversity Committee. There we have, to give a quick preview, a revision of our 2022-2023 academic calendar to take into effect the fact that Juneteenth has been declared a holiday, at least in New York, and I think on the federal level as well. And then we have academic calendar 2023-24 to be approved, which strikes me as a little bit early, but maybe we're doing that because we already know how it looks. But we'll be talking, and Denise and Adiam will be reporting on that. And then we have this P-TECH agreement involving Buffalo City Schools. So Denise, how do you want to take those items?
I was absent due to my leave, but I'll have Adiam go through.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Trustee Stone, as you indicated, the academic calendar, as you know, that's a critical piece for our college to move forward. And what we asked the board is for us to revise that to include our commencement to be May 24th. Originally was the 17th. Due to space that we want to use for our commencement, that was the time that was available for us as a college. And then the Juneteenth celebration that we're excited to participate, we wanted to put that in there. So we're asking for the board to look at the revised one and ask for your approval.
Do you know offhand if that became a federal holiday or was it just New York State? I'm trying to remember.
It's a federal holiday.
Federal, okay,
Yes.
good. All right, so any questions about the revision, the modest revision of the 22-23? If not, a motion to approve. Oh, sorry, Denise, do you want to take that and lead those motions? Okay. But let's take a motion to approve the 2022-2023 before we talk about the next year. Thanks. Second?
I'll second.
Second, Candace. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. And now anything on the 23-24, did you cover that adequately? That's in front of us kind of early. Normally I
You're
would
referring
remember
to-
seeing that in the spring, but,
The commencement?
well, 23-24, are we approving the whole calendar there?
Yes.
Or is it
That's what we're asking.
because of the commencement date is
Yes.
driving that?
Yes.
And that's the one starting in August of 23 and running to May of 24. I just recall, normally in the spring, it seems we approve the academic calendar for the upcoming year, but I'm not opposed to doing it now. Anyone have any concerns? Okay, if not, then a approval or a motion to approve our 2023-2024 academic calendar as presented?
So moved.
Thanks. Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Adiam.
You're welcome.
Are you reporting also on the P-TECH?
I am, yes. So our P-TECH grant is Pathway into Technology, a collaboration that we have with Buffalo Public School. We've been doing this program for about 4 or 5 years now. We're excited to partner with South Park, Bennett High School, and Hutchtack. And this program has been really great in terms of bringing our students, especially students of color, into participating in our engineering technology. We are anticipating to get the P-TECH with South Park, about 219 students. Our P-TECH with Bennett, which is in collaboration with IBM. We are projected to bring about 288 students. Our Smart Scholar, that is with Hutchtack, that we're projected to bring about 137 students into those programs. And then the P-TECH with the South Park, that's in collaboration with Tesla. So in all of our P-TECH grant, we always have an industry partner that's working with us to make sure those students are getting the industry experience as well as the academic experience to be in the programs.
Now, P-TECH, for those who don't have a complete understanding of that, and I would include myself, but I've done work on the capital project side for P-TECH. They're popping up all over. There's one in Dunkirk, where the Dunkirk City Schools renovated School 6 and put a P-TECH program in there. I think they paired with Alfred, if I'm not mistaken. And then Springville schools also renovated some space there and created this fantastic high-tech manufacturing skills center that I actually toured within the last couple of months. It was truly great. And I think Alfred may be their partner as well. And so those two exist. Then there's one at Erie 1 BOCES that has paired with, not sure exactly who their partner is. But so unfortunately for us, with those programs, as I'm understanding it, the student comes in as basically a ninth grader and says, I want to do this, and then I'll graduate at the other end with an associate degree after, say, 5 years in this building, sort of high school, sort of a little more advanced, focused on manufacturing, for example. And so that's one less student who might come to SUNY Erie, right? So that is, if you look at it just in a siloed way, you say, well, that's a person that we won't get because they're in a P-TECH program. But it's great for them because they're actually learning a skill, they're becoming employable, they have many of the same goals that we have. And the P-TECH with, I think the one you're describing with Buffalo is driving students to us.
Right, because in
And
the
so-
last year, absolutely, in the
So they're
last year, they're
different.
taking courses here.
Yes.
So, and they're, right, so they do come to our college, and then they do have an experience at the college.
So we don't have that little sense of modest but overcomable conflict of interest that we have with these other P-TECH programs, because this one is directly working with us, and that's great on both scores. So at least that's my understanding of it. And keep an eye on P-TECH. It's a growing, burgeoning area in education.
But again, from a credit perspective, can you share how that works so everyone's clear, Adia?
Meaning, at the high school, they start at ninth grade taking college level courses. So they're taking, they're advancing as they go. And then 10th grade, they're taking more, and then 11th grade and so on. So they're doing it, and our courses are being taught through our advanced study program at the college. And so those students are getting real college credit. So they are getting credit all the way through up to 12th grade.
Do they physically come here to the campus, or
Yes.
do they get taught at any point in their high school or here by our faculty members?
They get taught by our faculty in their 12th grade. In the last semester,
12th grade.
just last year, they come to the college, yes.
So it's somewhat similar to middle, early college.
Yeah. So the student physically comes to our college in 12th grade and
In
gets
the last-
acclimated,
in the last
comfortable with
year.
us. That's good. Okay.
And our faculty are very much intimately involved. The one, as an example, the South Park, we have a bi-weekly meeting with the Buffalo School as well as our faculty, as well as our dean, to make sure that we are in lockstep with what we're doing, making sure that those students are having good experience at the high school, as well as, the transition to actually the college. So it's a great opportunity for us.
But the one thing I just wanted to highlight is, it's really not significantly different from like an advanced studies program. Where we're enabling people to form a pipeline to a full 2-year degree with us, or they can do, an industry job and learn while you learn. I mean, it's just another way that we're helping to support the community and upskill people for the local demand.
I buy that. Okay. Now, what we're doing here is approving exactly what?
It's approving the agreement. It's a grant that we're approving to partnership with Buffalo Public Schools.
Which is a thing we've done in the past, and
Oh,
really this
absolutely.
continues,
Absolutely.
right? So I don't think that's particularly controversial. You'll see under fiscal implications that it drives a modest amount of money to our college, but conceptually, we want to make sure we're all understanding of it. All right, we've adopted the two calendars, and so now the appropriate step, unless there's other comments or questions about this, would be to take a motion to approve this P-TECH agreement that's outlined on page 45 of our materials.
So moved.
Thanks, Lynn. Second?
A second.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, and thank you, Adiam,
You're
for
welcome.
briefing us on that.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. All right, we're now going to Curriculum, Student Success, and Diversity, page 46, which is, let's see, wait a second, we just finished that, never mind. Those were the minutes. I just took the minutes, and I did look at those. I think getting the minutes, even in the redacted form where we just get the summary at the end from all the subcommittee meetings, does help. As I prepare for these meetings, I can take a quick look and get the essence of what happened in September at Len's committee or Candace's committee or whatever, and it's helpful. But we're just taking those minutes and filing and receiving them unless there's any questions. And that was just for our information. As for the Budget, Audit, and Human Resources Committee, we met on September 15th. You'll find the minutes on page 62, and on October 6th. So we've been keeping a steady monthly drumbeat of meetings. And we've had to, because we've had a lot going on the financial side, as we know. And I don't anticipate that changing. What I am thinking about is our board composition. We have 8, we need 10. I periodically receive emails, letters, suggestions, who might be a good board member. I'm very open to that. And there are discussions going on in terms of trying to get the governor's attention. The 2 seats that are to be filled are those of the governor's appointments. So our county executive has done his job in terms of giving us good board members. And we need those other 2 because we have committee work. We've got a lot of challenges here. I love the diversity of our board, on a lot of levels, but 2 more voices would be great. So
can I ask you a question about the board strategy or the board composition? We, as everyone's aware, the county executive names 5, the governor names 5 effectively. Is there anything that precludes us from having ex officio members on the board from the community?
that is a question that has to be answered in a legal sense because we're governed by statute and our board is set up by statute. So I don't know the answer to that as I sit here. We certainly bring people in to give presentations and consultation every meeting, so that's always possible. But in terms of a steady, regular voice at the table, I doubt there would be voting power with something like that. Ex officio would suggest not. I don't know how I feel about that, and we'd have to talk about that as a board. But if you want to propose that, I think the best place to start is with Leslie Ortiz-Fogg and see what the notion, whether even the possibility exists. Then we could take it up as a board if it does. Now, as far as, so I was bringing up the board membership as talking about the budget committee. I, at the moment, am the chair of the budget committee. In a perfect world, which should be coming up, I would like to not be the chair of that committee and have one of you or one of the 2 new people who would come be the chair of that committee. I just think that makes more sense. The chair has plenty to do besides, and I've chaired that committee for a couple years. So let's get other people involved in the finances. One of the things that's making me hesitate right now, if just instead of asking one of you to do that, is I'd like to see who will come. And I have a feeling that we may have 2 coming. Len, our old political hand, we have an election coming up. The governor is not thinking about our board.
Not for the next 12 days anyway.
Not for 12 days. So as much as we appreciate everyone engaging with our board, people have other priorities, and right now an election coming up is the governor's priority. So right after that, though, I think we will once again collaborate and see where we are with a couple of several possibilities, and the governor has reacted. We want to fill these seats. I've had this goal since I came on the board, and I've never experienced a 10-person board, and I'm very anxious to. So this is going to be my personal top priority as soon as that election occurs. So we'll see what happens. But with your permission, I think I'm just going to hold off on a major, rethink of what we're doing and who's chairing what until we know who the 10 are. If it goes too long, we'll back off of that. Anyone troubled by that? Okay. That's what's going on with the board composition. One thing just to remind everybody on the board is that during the Budget and Audit Committee, we always have a discussion of the ERP, the Enterprise Resource Planning Platform, transition to Banner, what's going on, the Workday issues. All of that gets discussed. A lot of it's in the meeting, and it's not quite as active now in the sense that 6-8 months ago we were figuring out what to do. Now we're more or less implementing and getting an update on the implementation. So that has toned down in terms of its complexity and its its front and centerness. However, it's still remaining as a topic there, and at any time that one of you wants to elevate that to the board level, we can do it. Otherwise, it's in the meetings, it comes up in the president's report. So what's going on? It's never far from your lips. What's happening with Lucian, Banner, and SIG, and so forth. So we'll keep listening for that. But I'll keep it there at the budget until the new chair comes and decides, the new chair of the budget committee decides they want to do anything differently there. Let's see, the minutes, so we, again, very robust discussion. I don't think anything from our last couple of meetings rises to a great level of, gee, we have to talk about this at the board. You know, it's the supplier reports. We talked about the dashboard situation. Obviously, we'll be hearing about enrollment from Erickson or Dave when they report. But I would say steady as she goes, but frequently meeting is what's happening at the budget committee. Any questions before I move on from that? Okay. Melody, policy and governance, can you report on what's going on with that committee, please?
So we did not meet. We decided during the previous meeting that we would meet as needed. So at this moment, I do not have anything to report. Thank you.
Okay. And Carrie, we're going next to you with strategic planning and assessment. I think there was a meeting on September 13th with minutes circulated to us.
Yes.
And we've got, of course, Middle States going on, and that happened earlier this month, I think, right?
Right. So, yeah, we did speak, we met again on October 11th. That was our last meeting. And we, again, had our normal discussion with sort of using our core value lens that Kathy's been reporting up to the board. Speaking through that kind of lens and further discussing a little bit more logistically how we're going to get our strategic plan down on paper, and it sounds like we're on track to do that by August, which is what we were aiming for. The team's working really hard, and things are coming together there. We did want to give an update, though. Kathy, did you want to give the update on Middle States?
The peer visit?
Yeah.
We had the peer visit on October 3rd and 4th. They met with a broad range of faculty and staff across the college campus, and they gave their peer team report public readout on the 4th. I don't know, was anyone able to attend that other than Dr. Balkin? So they also had the written report. We provided edits to that and submitted a letter. We are still kind of bound by some confidentiality on the discussion that they had, so since this is public, I'm not going to say too much. But the letter that we submitted was a simple sentence saying that we accept their findings as written, so thank you.
Thanks, Kathy.
We also just had some discussion about I think all the committees did this at their last meeting to sort of whether it makes sense to keep on track with a regular meeting or to move some things ad hoc, but we decided for this particular committee to keep our regular meetings. So we'll just continue meeting regularly. Our next meeting is November 1st, so coming up.
I think the regularity of meetings is fine. What I think was going on was the minutes were getting pretty voluminous, and Dr. Balkin wanted to get that toned down toward the end and just have the key points summarized and I was fine with that. I think we all are. So for now, again, going back to my comments about board composition and reorganizing ourselves, let's stay where we are, but tone down the minutes. And I don't think anyone is looking to make these meetings longer than they need to be. Keep them crisp, keep the burden on the staff minimized. And you're not meeting every month, all these committees. Sometimes you don't have anything going on. So that, as far as I am concerned, that's fine right now. And so much depends on getting this board right at 10 and get people in the right spots and then decide. Okay. So thanks, Kathy, for that update on Middle States. While you have the floor, technology.
So then for technology, we had the similar discussion about the timing of our meetings. We're meeting every 2 months for technology, but the meetings being spaced out as they are, sometimes there's not much to discuss at the meeting that also hasn't been extensively discussed at the budget meeting because of the overlap with the work data banner and the financial implications of that. And then sometimes the timing of the meeting is such that something important happened maybe 6 weeks ago, but nothing's going on then. So we decided to sort of work with doing more email updates to each other and then planning the meetings on a more ad hoc basis when there's something timely to discuss.
Listening to you now, one thing that occurs to me is that we probably might be at a spot where the updates on banner, elution, transition, and so forth can go over to where it really does belong, technology. right?
That's what we
Because
were.
it's been in budget just because it had such a huge footprint impact our entire situation. It was so.
Yeah.
But now we know basically what we're doing. As I mentioned earlier, we're kind of in the implementation and sort of monitoring, and maybe that's better done at the tech committee than at budget. So offline we can talk, but I'm give that some thought. But I'm open to that even under a new budget chair.
And then we were just going to continue when we did meet to give updates on the workday implementations as they arise.
Yeah.
So I don't know that we have anything to report today, but we'll maybe continue that starting the next meeting, unless there's.
Eric, is there anything that you'd like to report?
Really, the only thing that I'd like to report is that the discovery workshops that state's going to be doing are going to be going on for the next 3 weeks, starting next week and through the first 3 weeks to November, where functional offices will be sitting down with city consultants for 9 hours a week per office to go over what the best practices are going to be, the best practices for business practices that are going to be implemented going into Banner. So we're bringing SIG's expertise with Banner and with running a college using Banner to the forefront and having them implement those best practices with the teams at SUNY Erie. So over the next 3 weeks, there will be discovery meetings, like I said. And so after that's done, SIG will take that information that's gleaned from those discovery sessions back and write reports on exactly how things should be done by SUNY Erie offices going into Banner. So by the time we actually get ready to start implementing Banner, we'll have those best practices in place and ready to train all the users in the offices on those best practices.
Thank you.
Yep.
David, I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about that. Anything you want to add while this is on the table?
Well, I was going to mention in my president's report that, frankly, we're blessed to have ITech and CECAS as part of the SUNY system, enabling the success that we're migrating to here. Without a doubt, they've invested a lot of effort and energy into helping us ensure that we've got a really robust plan and a path that's ideally bulletproof, as bulletproof as you can make it. So historically, I think one of our challenges was an administration that probably didn't fully appreciate the complexity of what had to happen and the level of training that's required. And to that end, to have CECAS and ITech, in addition to Ellucian and SIG, contributing and ensuring that, we're assessing our capabilities to ensure that we have a path to be able to train people efficiently is critical. There's nothing worse than putting in software and not being able to leverage it fully. But the nice thing also is, again, the Ellucian solution is a fully vetted solution. And, we already have many people who've transferred work locations, from other SUNY colleges or Banner using facilities that are excited about the fact that, verily, we're moving to Banner and, we can implement that much quicker. So we do have some people with Banner expertise who came to us from other SUNY colleges.
I feel better about the whole situation than I did 6 months ago. And what Dave just said is very familiar words to all of us, but it does bear repeating because we want to be on top of this issue and understanding what's going on, and because of its centrality and cost. So it's important. Anyone else want to speak before I go to marketing?
Just our next meeting scheduled for 12/1, but we might move that or as needed. So we'll just continue to discuss that offline.
Okay. And you and I will talk offline about
Okay.
where to put the ongoing reports on transition.
Okay.
Thinking heading your way.
Okay.
Yeah. Len, marketing.
Yes, at the last meeting we decided, so we did not meet in October. We decided at the last meeting in September to meet when needed, periodically, whatever time that dictates. I don't have a report for this month. Just we have the minutes to be filed with the board for September. But certainly there's a lot going on in the marketing area, and Mike has been a huge addition to the operation here, and to certainly update an area that badly needed to be looked at and reviewed. So, I think in terms of marketing this school, we're in a stronger position than we've been in a long time. And so we look forward to that. But we'll meet periodically when the leadership feels that's necessary.
But along those lines, just so I'm clear, I mean, if you'd like, as a board, to have a 10-minute update every month on the marketing initiatives that are underway, that might be more efficient, so everyone's coming up to speed.
Yes.
And only use the ad hoc marketing subcommittee meetings when there's something of complexity that we have to consider.
I think that's fine, because we've noticed that. I mean, the committee hasn't met, frequently and hasn't had to. That's organic. That I understand that. So, I like that approach.
Because I'd like to also do that with the technology, just as Eric kind of shared the highlights of the technology concepts. I think the entire board needs to be apprised of what's going on. But again, there's not a lot of novel offline stuff that has to be reviewed.
That may be. Do you feel like that's should fall within your president's report, or do you want to have it be a separate topic?
Well, frankly, I think marketing technology should be a separate topic, primarily because there is such a core component of what we have to succeed at moving forward.
Makes sense. Kelly, if you could just take note of that as you set up our agendas, please. Work with Dr. Balkin to figure out, where this should fall in the agenda so that we get it each month. And I think the net effect of that will be to take some pressure off the committees in terms of frequency of meetings or length of meetings, And again, we'll be, as soon as we're 10, we'll be rethinking all of this, but I like that idea. Anyone object? Okay, let's do that. As far as, all set with marketing, Len? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Report of the chair. I've been talking in general already about some things on my mind. Had a good meeting with Dr. Balkin and the county executive and the county executive's chief of staff, Ben Swanekamp. That's going to be essentially a monthly thing, continuing from what Denise was doing when she chaired the board. And I found that very, very helpful. It's just going to be an important, obviously, partnership for us. And so as long as we can stay in good communication, hopefully we can cut off issues before they get to be significant, or look for opportunities to advise the county as to where we need help, where we could take a different approach that would help our college. So that's the general idea of those meetings, and to the extent something comes up of importance that we need to bring to the agenda, we will. But it's really, at this point, more of a communication, what's going on, you have anything on your mind type meeting, and I'd be glad to share that, with any trustee who has questions about that. Those are regularly scheduled on a monthly basis. Just a quick note, President Balkin and his wife Martha attended a nice dinner for the Theodore Roosevelt inaugural site, which I don't know how many of you know about that site or have been there, but it's kind of a big thing in Buffalo. And the dinner that they do each year to bring that site money is very, very well attended by movers and shakers within the community. The governor was the keynote speaker at the dinner. And so when I extended an invitation to Dave, he was able to say yes with his wife, Martha. So was glad that happened, and we were both able to circulate in that room, and the governor's remarks were interesting. Interesting that she made time for that in the middle of a season. Kind of tells you that this Roosevelt site, our only national park site in Western New York, is, I think its profile has risen in recent years. A pretty active board over there. Okay. I think that's it. Some of the other things I had on my mind for President's Report, board composition, I've already talked about, for example. So let's move then, please, to the report of the President.
So, without rehashing marketing and technology, one of the focal points that obviously our strategy revolves around is enhancing and growing our workforce development initiatives. I don't think I've had a meeting with the faculty when I haven't talked about the importance of generating micro-credentials, developing a stackable strategy that would ultimately let them lead to either a certificate or a degree program. We have to pick up the pace on that, and we're looking to hire a full-time vice president of workforce development in the very near future. You'll be hearing more information about that, but the level of collaborations that are possible for everything from helping companies identify and enable a pipeline of workers to collaborations on new grant opportunities is significant. New York State has recently released $600 million for workforce development initiatives, and to that end, I was able to meet with the director of that organization out of Albany just day before yesterday over at the Innovation Center on Franklin. They had a conference, and again, I think we have just a terrific pipeline of potential here where we might leverage the fact that we have the ability to help the underserved minorities as well as refugees and immigrants who are coming to the area. So moving forward, I think you'll hear a lot more about the fact that, again, they represent the growth engine for Western New York, and I think the more we can do to provide either incumbent worker training or new worker orientation and training, it'll be a differentiator for Western New York and for our college. And again, a lot of people are interested in collaborating with us. We also have a lot of local high schools approaching us about leveraging space on our campuses. Those discussions immediately involve our faculty federation, depending on how course content will be delivered. And again, we've got processes and procedures and policies for how best to address those per our collective bargaining agreements. But again, I think key elements of it revolve around our ability to grow our advanced studies opportunities with the high schools, P-TECH and other types of opportunities, and I'm sure Eric will touch on some of that. But additionally to, again, partner with cultural organizations in the area. So that's really all I have. I mean, I think the opportunities for our college are significant, and we have to make a very concerted effort to move forward and direct our efforts on workforce development, not to take away from articulation agreements and transfer opportunities to four-year colleges, but the growth opportunity for us is definitely tied to the workforce development and hopefully getting back to a position that we were in 3, 4, 5 years ago, where we had a robust night program and a strong workforce development initiative going on.
All right, so Eric, are you going to report on enrollment at this point?
Yeah, I would be happy to.
Thanks.
I know there was a document that
Yeah, I
was
was going to
shared.
share that later for the dashboard.
Oh, that as well. I do
Oh.
believe there's one I was able to send prior to this. Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present about our enrollment. Certainly there's a lot of numbers here, and so if there's any questions, happy to provide clarity to them. What I'd like to start off with is our last semester, so this is what you see up here at the top, which is our summer enrollment. The general takeaway there is you do see a rather significant decrease in our enrollment, both headcount FTE compared to the prior year. What's not represented in this graph for getting a high-level overview is a lot of that loss was found in our summer 1 enrollments as opposed to summer 2, which was, I would say, largely trending in a similar enrollment compared to the prior year. Main takeaway from that, and one contributing factor, was when then the summer calendar or schedule was released. One of the things that I think that's a great takeaway and lesson learned from this is then how critical it is to be able to provide that calendar as well as schedule in a timely manner, which we are working towards then for our spring semester. And I think this is great evidence then to continue that momentum and commitment to having that schedule readily available for students, as well as our institution to then promote. When this report was submitted, I didn't have access to this information, so something I'd like to add to this as well to talk then about last academic year's enrollment was our end of term enrollment report was then generated with SUNY. So to provide some high-level preliminary analysis to our overall enrollment as an institution, which please know I always like to then vet with Kathy in the IRAP office. I think the fact that our offices are committed to working in tandem allows for that continued data accuracy as it relates to enrollment, which is very key and really vital, I feel, to this office to operate successfully. So in those caveats, One of the interesting takeaways for our enrollment last year that I'd like to mention is that many of what are called our higher education history categories, so this includes our first-time students, transfer students, our high school advanced study students, as well as our continuing students. First-time, transfer, and our concurrent high school enrollment was all up in 21-22 compared to the prior year, both in terms of head count as well as FTEs that were generated. Again, preliminary analysis from there. The one area of concern, and this is where if you go down, you're going to see it mirrored here in fall 22 early enrollment semester enrollment. If you go down a little bit further with the graph, I think the graph really speaks to the significance of this. The one area of our enrollment that then is a serious concern and challenge, and is not one that's unique here to only SUNY Erie. It is one that is, I would argue, plaguing many, if not all, of the community colleges across the country as well as SUNY, is our number of continuing and returning students, which would then be by proxy a reflection of our retention rate as it's often identified. This is, I think, a really great way for us when we're thinking of our strategic plan, as well as I know some of the board members here have had an opportunity to get a preliminary look at our strategic enrollment plan, is how do we incorporate into the conversation that student engagement as well as the retention, the motivation components to these, what is the value that then comes from completing these degrees. This office, as well as the institutions working with our sister institutions, as well as our institutions that students largely transfer to, primarily Buff State and University of Buffalo, to really promote completion here and then successful transfer to those four-year institutions. To also Dr. Balkin's credit as well, and advocacy about then those employer relations, that earn while learn, opportunity to bring in those company sponsorships to really promote why it's valuable to come here and complete the degree, to then be able then to get to that next step in their career. Those are initiatives that I think are really valuable for then the retention efforts and that completion effort as well. If we go up just a little bit then with regards to the current fall enrollment trends, you will see that our high school, our advanced studies population is increasing, and this is consistent with the trends that we've seen over the last 2-3 years. This is a combination of things like our P-TECH grants, which count as underneath this category, but also then our growing expansion with collaborations with high schools in our local region. One of the other initiatives that I'm very thankful with Dr. Balkin's guidance, as well as then Ben Swankamp, as well as then the county executive, Mark Poloncarz, is we updated our acceptance letter to have an endorsement from Erie County, and it has Mark Poloncarz's signature on there, as well as Dr. Balkin's signature on there, as a way of, I feel, to elevate our brand and the significance of the education that comes from here at SUNY Erie. With some of our strategic partners in the high school population, in showing this acceptance letter, a lot of the higher level administrations like, wow, this is great. It really shows that level of commitment and standards that Erie is able to offer to its students. We saw from our open house, which again, attribute to Mike Barone and I think a lot of our marketing efforts, we saw 40% overall increase in attendance in that event from last year and 60+% more prospective students this year than we saw last year. We were able to actually administer that as part of an instant admit action where they were getting this acceptance letter, and the anecdotal feedback was, this is great. This is great to see that there's this level of significance in coming here and the academic standards that come with it. So our hope is that these initiatives up front in creating this engagement and the value added by being here at ECC will help to contribute then to our continuing students and returning students to stick with us. You will see from the 4 categories that are 3 categories that are identified up here, the largest loss that we are currently experiencing this semester with these preliminary unofficial numbers is with our continuing students, which you can see the trends below with the enrollment and by higher education history here at SUNY Erie. If we scroll down just a little bit more again to go back to that figure, we can see that the greatest loss is in fact with our continuing students going all the way back to 2009. When we look at our new students, which is outlined here in blue, we are seeing a slight uptick in 21-22, and even here in 23 is within, I would say, that margin of error of what we've seen before. Our high school attendance, we are seeing a general uptick in that as well.
Could you also comment on the survey you've done of stopped out students?
Yeah, that's great. So in collaborating with Kathy Klesto and the IRAP office, we were able to identify our stop out students from last academic year. So it's been fall 21 and spring 22. And we asked them a series of survey questions that other sister institutions have also done recently as well, so that we had some continuity there. Some of the preliminary feedback, one of the main obstacles seemed to be finances. And so something that we are working on to pilot is actually with a local startup company to help identify grant opportunities, micro grants they call them, for students to be able then to come to our school, come back to our school, and be able to then pay for their education. Arbol is the name of the company, ARBOL. I was able to get in contact them with our contact, Rob Latest, who used to be here at the schools, now with Buffalo, Invest Buffalo Niagara. Really great opportunity, I think, for that local collaboration, and at the end of the day, helping students with some of those significant pain points. One of the other is, again, this preliminary survey is suggesting is how do we improve the onboarding student engagement experience, which I think then speaks once again to that retention, continuing students focus that I feel that our strategic plan and strategic enrollment plan will really prioritize.
So one thing that we've discussed that I'd like to try to implement if possible is enabling our faculty advisors, our faculty, to take an even greater role in ensuring they understand where their students are. The faculty have the opportunity to cultivate, obviously, among the best relationships with these students, and ideally, we'd love for them to have their finger on the pulse and for students to feel comfortable coming to them if there are financial challenges, because rather than have them just stop out and go to work somewhere, I'd much rather have them stop out and go to work at an employer that is a collaborator with us, who is willing to invest in those students to continue their education at SUNY Erie, either nights or even during the day. So we see these challenges, financial challenges, and we're looking at a lot of different ways of ensuring that we can address those, through improved communication of grant opportunities and scholarships and all that kind of stuff. Part-time Pell, talks directly to this opportunity to being able to work with employers. So again, we've got everything we need in theory to try to compel people to stick it out and have greater, persistence. But what we have to do is ensure that anyone who is touching these students is conveying a common, solid message about how we can help them persist.
So much of both of your comments go back to the finances that the students are confronting. And I think one of the greatest disappointments that I had individually was when the community college piece came out of the Build Back Better law. Ever since I've been on this board, I've been thinking about how difficult it is for students to overcome those barriers that don't have anything to do with their academic pursuits. The transportation, the childcare, the life issues, mostly money, because money solves a lot of problems. So we have to continue to advocate for that, I think, as community college trustees, of course. Watch that and continue to realize that as long as there are financial barriers to our students, we're going to see numbers like 22% retention. And that number would probably be 60% if money wasn't a factor. Other life issues enter in, of course, but at least those are my thoughts, and I don't know where we go with that now. We missed an opportunity as a country, I think.
It is where I'm excited to see the pilot for the Arbol collaboration to help students find funds across the country. In fact, that's what this platform is able to do, is that students upload their financial information, and then this platform sends out essentially their application, as opposed to the student having to send out one to every grant opportunity available.
And those are great efforts that you're making, and it's being duplicated in every community college across the country. Every person who's in charge of enrollment is figuring out how to get money to these students. And it reminds me of, healthcare via bake sale, my cousin has cancer, let's chip in. It's point of privilege, sorry.
I do think, one of the other things that hopefully will have an impact is in 2023, the FAFSA form is supposed to be amended and shortened significantly,
would help.
down from like 120 questions to something like 35 or something. And frankly, that is a hurdle to a lot of continuing students to try to reapply and make sure they're on the right schedule and all that kind of stuff. So again, I think we have to bake into our communications with students much more aggressively when they need to start acting, when deadlines are, all that kind of stuff. And we do a good job, but to leverage our faculty and to promote this is critical, because again, our faculty are impacted directly if they're losing students out of their program.
Like the old saying, you have to act where you are with what you have. So that's what you're doing, and we can wish it'd be better, and we do, but that's accept where we are and do your best and try to get as much money obtained and delivered as possible, because that solves a lot of other problems. All right.
Lastly, I think one of the other interesting lead indicators, if you look at the budget versus actual dashboard, going there on page 37, when you see then our non-resident tuition at this point in time is higher than compared to that prior year, those are interesting lead indicators to suggest a way of being able to attract as well as recruit students that are outside of our county. Even though we are seeing our tuition line here as down about half a point, you are seeing that 20% increase with regards to tuition for students that are outside of the non-resident tuition line, which I think is rather interesting when we are looking at our overall enrollments as well as I think marketing efforts to help attract the value here to ECC.
Is Bill Reuter still on the call?
Yep.
Yeah, Bill. One thing I skipped over when I was talking about budget and audit. And
I know you did. Chargebacks.
yes, that's where I'm going. Erickson, are you set, or do you?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Yes, Bill. Chargebacks is what I'm thinking of. Page 51, and all these topics, of course, tie together. Let's go to page 51 if you've got it. And just to refresh everyone's recollection, you can never really hear about chargebacks too much because it's a little confusing. But basically what they are fees incurred by Erie County. Now again, this is my understanding, so Bill, correct me, or David, but not ECC. Every time that an Erie County resident chooses to attend college, a community college outside of Erie County, so Genesee, Jamestown, Niagara in particular, and Erie County then must pay a fee to that other county. Now when someone comes to us, we get the money, and the other county, I think, pays it to Erie County. So there's a little positive going that way, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
The only thing I would get is the chargebacks come to ECC. So
okay.
county pays out, but we are the recipient of the chargebacks from the other county.
So when Mark Polenkars writes a check to because my son goes to Niagara Community College, let's say, that check goes to NCCC, not to Niagara County.
Correct.
Okay. This is here because on page 51 we have the SUNY board adopts a schedule of chargeback payments every year, and they do this in September. Chargebacks are a problem. The thing that we can do to affect more for the county than for us, obviously, but it's a big concern to Mark Polenkars because we do have a lot of students who choose to go north, east, or south. And I think the best thing we can do is bear in mind that this is a loss to our county, and to try to make our programs as attractive as possible so that people in Erie County choose to go to Erie Community College. It's pretty basic, but comments, Bill or Dave?
So you're absolutely correct. And I think one of the opportunities we have is to grow some of our more successful programs that are currently space constrained or constrained by the unavailability of the faculty we need. Specifically, nursing represents a phenomenal opportunity, and I think I shared with you some results of a registerednurses.com survey that basically said our RN program at the city is the second best RN program in the state, ahead of the University of Buffalo's, and I think theirs was fourth, and our North Campus was ranked sixth. So long story short, between us, UB, and our two campuses, we represented the three strongest nursing programs in Western New York, RN nursing programs. All that to say, that was based on the fact that our students have terrific success in passing the NCLEX exam first time out. what I'd very much like to do, and this is part of the collaboration with ECMC, is to grow our nursing program significantly. And currently, we are significantly constrained by the availability of nursing faculty, who basically view our salaries as uncompetitive. And moving forward, we have to address the fact that we can't compete as if a faculty member is a faculty member is a faculty member. We've got unique skill sets, and they warrant getting paid different amounts based on market demand. So it's going to be a future discussion that we have to have about how we're going to manage this type of challenge. But when I was in Indiana, for example, we recognized that we couldn't get somebody to be an expert in advanced manufacturing for $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. We had to pay close to $100,000 to get an instructor who basically could talk the talk and walk the walk. And by the way, the return on investment was significant because the programs grew. So, we're being a little short-sighted, I think, in trying to figure out how to maintain, a framework of salaries that probably is dated. So, that's something that we'll be talking to the Faculty Senate and the Faculty Federation about moving forward. But we definitely have to figure out how to become much more competitive on certain programs, faculty salaries.
Okay. Thank you. Bill, anything further to add on the chargeback side of this?
No, Jeff, you mentioned SUNY sets these rates, and you can see that they're different for each and every community college. It's a pretty simple formula. It's basically local share revenue divided by resident FTEs. So our rate actually went up pretty dramatically last year because the county gave us additional support. We used some unbalanced, those are both considered local source revenue, but our resident FTEs dropped, so that drove a higher rate. So our rate went up, and when Eric was talking about the revenue from non-residents, probably more a function of the rate change versus head count or enrollment, but it's a positive sign, but it's just based upon our budget submissions. And then the other schedules really list for all the 30 community colleges where the students go and how much the county pays those to those community colleges. Years ago, I think under County Executive Collins, his budget policy was to reallocate those charges back to the municipalities from which the students came from. I know the county executive started moving away from that. County Executive Poloncarz, I believe he does not reallocate them any longer to the municipalities. It's the county-wide charge, but we lose students in every municipality. Even students from Buffalo are bypassing city campus, North Campus, and heading to Niagara County Community College, and that's the biggest draw. And to Dr. Balkin's point, last time we really did a deep dive in this area, I think 9 of the top 10 programs that we lose students to Niagara are actual programs we have at North Campus. The 10th program is Surge Tech. We do not offer a Surge Tech program. The ironic thing about Surge Tech is all the clinical locations for Niagara County Community College are actually in here. We're still paying the chargebacks for those students. The other component of the chargeback, and Mr. Lenahan and I recently had a discussion on this, there's an operating component and a capital component. Capital component is fixed at $300 per FTE. Each college has a different relationship with their sponsor. For Erie Community College, we actually keep those funds at the college. We do not send them back to the county, but each county operates different. And so it gives us some limited flexibility to do small capital projects that we don't need the county to match. But the numbers are in the reports. It's getting larger and larger. Over $8 million was spent by the county for chargebacks last year. And, there's some significant amounts that go to Genesee, Niagara, and FIT. Those are the big ones. Niagara has over 50% of the chargeback we pay out. And the thing I'll say about FIT, it's not just for community college credits, it's for upper division credits, which makes no sense in the world to me. So, Lanahan, if you are involved in any kind of lobbying, maybe that's another angle. IT chargebacks out, because that's over $1 million alone for Erie County last year.
But I do want to
jump in really quick.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Denise.
So I'm looking, chargebacks have been just top priority since I joined this board, this discussion. And to Bill's point, the top 9 programs we have, right? This comes down to an issue of being competitive, in my opinion. And I was happy to hear some of Eric's presentation about he's questioning or surveying the students who stopped out or what have you. And I will hope, as requested previously, that one day we can get some data related to why our students are choosing these other institutions. I mean, of course, you hear things, just hear things, just being a part of the community. You hear why, but it would be great to gather data to know, so that we know for as an institution what we can do to improve and become the first choice for students. So that's one. And I also want to go back to David's point about the nursing program. We do definitely have to be creative in expanding our nursing program. But I do want to make a key point. We have to be very intentional also with our nursing program as far as increasing the diversity within our nursing program. Our nursing program, if you look at the data, has very few graduates of minority individuals, men as well. We also have, which I still have not gotten this information. Those of people of color who are accepted are they leave early, and we're trying to, at one point through curriculum student success, we were trying to drill that information down. So I just want to elevate that again as we are highlighting our nursing program and the good works that we have done, that we can actually go a step further and making sure that it reflects the community that we serve.
So, thank you, Denise, and I can't agree more. And I'll also add to your point, I believe the second largest amount of chargebacks stems from nursing students leaving our region, and that is strictly due to capacity. We have 127 students from Erie County that are going to other local community colleges, primarily because we don't have the capacity. And by the way, that opportunity oftentimes is tied directly to people who are going through the BOCES Erie 1 program to get an LPN. Each year they graduate 240 people. Most of them go to NCCC because of our capacity issues. So again, I agree with Denise fully. Part of the reason we wanted to collaborate with ECMC, primarily in downtown Buffalo, was to grow the diverse population of our nurses who, again, it's an untapped or well underutilized opportunity for us to be able to grow our enrollment.
I was at an event, I think earlier this week, where I was talking about the difficulty of recruiting faculty in technical areas, including nursing. And the person with whom I was speaking said that they have had success at their institution by appealing to their own graduates a certain number of years out. So you graduate from the ECC nursing program and you go to be a nurse for a while, and then life intervenes and you like it, but maybe you change. Hitting those people with a, hey, would you like to come back and be an instructor at year 7 or 8 after, not forgetting about them once they graduate, yielded some benefits. It wasn't just in nursing, but auto tech, where you have trouble. And yeah, the salary is an issue and we got to figure that out, but putting that offer out there to those who already feel good about you because they graduated from your program. I'll put that out there for enrollment folks to think about, please. And that probably could be more broadly spread across the college, but that was an interesting conversation I was in.
So that's a great point. And so you're aware, we're also looking at identifying people in auto tech who graduated within the last 5-6 years with their associate's degree that are bilingual, that would be able to help us teach non-English speakers the program. So we're looking at this from a lot of different angles. And again, with the growth engine being immigrants and refugees, we've got to be at the forefront of figuring out how best to support them.
All right. Any further questions on the chargeback? This is a subject that will come up periodically, and we'll readdress it, reaffirm our understanding of it. If not, then just another thing I probably should have mentioned when I spoke about the budget committee was the Labor Management Health Fund report. This is a fairly routine thing, and usually I say both at budget and here, oh, it looks pretty good, they're running a positive thing. We had a month where it went down, and some of that is timing and so forth, but the overall is good. And we are going to learn more about that because I wanted to learn more about it in either November or I think December, Dave, we talked about.
December.
And this is having the Lawley folks come in and make a presentation. What is this thing? And how does it run? And what is its advantage compared to having normal health insurance for our employees? So that is a learning opportunity that's coming in the next month or two, too. It's in December. And that had to do with scheduling. So any questions before I move on that? Okay. Then let me just recalibrate here. We are, David, are you all set? Is there anything else you want to add on the presidential part?
No.
Okay.
All set, thank you.
Enrollment, Eric, you all set? All right. And Mike, we didn't hear from you, although we heard from you earlier.
Sure.
Anything you want to add is
Not really.
from the marketing front or based on what you've heard?
You've covered everything in one way, shape, or form that we had going on, the big things.
Okay. Very well. All right. And then Marcel, student trustee, please.
Yeah, so this month we didn't have much, but we had a concern regarding city campus that was brought to our president last week, and I just think that he was like very clear about like what our intentions are, and that's just it for me this month.
I wanted to ask you, remember last month you raised a concern about the bus schedule?
Yeah.
How did that work out?
So I don't know what the college did, but I never heard it again. Especially because the person that was complaining about it works with my brother. So my brother was the one bringing me the complaints, and I didn't hear anything about it. So I guess everything is okay now.
He's well connected. That's good. He knows who to talk to. All right, Dave, you were working on the buses. Anything to say?
So, just so you know, we're in discussion with NFTA, just looking at what the opportunity might be. There's probably nothing terrifically tactically that we can do different. However, we are looking at options, and we've been talking with Bill Geary at the county about what they're doing with respect to transportation, because again, as we're cultivating greater relationships with some of the other colleges, it's possible we want to expand our shuttle routes a little bit to accommodate movement back and forth between different campuses.
And you've mentioned NFTA, and we talked about Cedar Bus and the shuttle. Are these are two different things? Or are
Cedar Bus shuttle is the same thing.
It's the same thing, okay. Okay. Anything further?
No.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Colleen Quinn, I saw you join us for College Senate Report. Before you get started, I wanted to apologize to you for the title of this book, but I had to bring it because it was brought to me at a dinner earlier this week by someone I respected, Erie One Bosse's. And once it became clear that I was the chair of this board, we got into a big discussion, and she told me, I've got to give you this book. And the title reads, If You Don't Feed the Teachers, They Eat the Students. So, slight apologies. The reason, that's a little hard on the teachers maybe, but the point of this book is that you need to seriously support your faculties in many and myriad ways. And financial is obviously one, and work accommodations, and we all have to work on those fronts together. But there's lots of things that you can do that are outside necessarily the raw finances or the raw work rules that can lead to a happier, more beneficial to all parties faculty group. Colleen, I attend most if not all of the Senate meetings, and I listen to her try to be productive as people are asking questions and as David is speaking to the faculty and so forth. This is good. We got to encourage this. I just will tell you that I'm going to read this book. I only got it a day ago, so I can't really say that it's even a good book. But if you or anyone else who is familiar with this book, Adam or others, want to look it up on the web and say, oh, Jeff, don't read that, or oh, that's a great book, I'll take your input by email. But I am going to read it and see what I make of it. With that introduction,
Great.
Colleen, join
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, so, I'll go sit over there, sure.
Yeah, the mics are on the table.
Yeah. All right, so good morning. And
Hi.
Sarah's a little late. He had, all these kiddo things to take care of this morning. College Senate met a couple of weeks ago, and we've actually gotten quite a bit done in the last 6 months or so, I would say, especially concerning governance and really moving our academic senate to be more in control of the academics of the college, if you will. So in September, we passed an academic standards committee, which we have had in the past. And then with personnel changes and things like that, it has gone away. And we were operating with former board members and former academic standards committee in the way that it should be. So, academic policy is written by faculty, goes through the faculty senate, and then it comes to the board. We just never had that codified. So we have that going now. It also handles adjudication cases if needed for students with dismissals and any other things that they need that's more on the student side. So that was huge. And with that, we're moving one more college-wide senate committee, academic senate, under the academic senate, and it is going to be involving scheduling. So some of the things we talked about is night courses. So we talked about it on Tuesday with the college-wide chat with Dr. Balkin, looking at possibly considering night courses separate from day courses, because they're really two separate animals and they serve two separate groups of students. We're working with our 7.5-week courses, and we're looking to sequence them. So the second, today's run cancel actually for the second 7.5-week semester course that starts for this fall. So we're trying to make sure that we're doing sequencing of courses. Right now they serve as just SUNY Erie students, and now with that group we're going to be looking into expanding that and having students from the 4 years, UB, SUNY, Buffalo State, and things like that to come and take our 7.5-week courses. What's nice with that, I know we talked about finances for our students, is if students are receiving full financial aid, they can take these courses at no additional cost, right? So if they're already at the 12 credit hours, and we shoot for 15 just in case if students need to drop or things happen. But if they are feeling good at the 7.5-week mark and they're like, I think I could take on another class, get ahead, and then it's covered under their financial aid, which is fantastic because sometimes summer courses might not be, depending on their aid packages. So we're working with the college and the provost office with our 7.5-week courses, looking at night classes, looking at possibly blocking and chunking courses, doing some back-to-back so that we can do a similar type of situation with the 7.5 weeks for moving forward for future semesters. With enrollment, we had our open house on October 19th at all 3 campuses. They're pretty well attended. I was at the South Campus, and we're working with enrollment management and Dr. Nielsen with moving forward and trying to make it more streamlined with the different offices and with the different faculty groups that are going to be there. With retention, we have new flags in Starfish, and they're more specific to specific student needs. It's not embedded in Brightspace, which is the new online platform that we're using for our online courses. But the new flags are more specific to student success and student retention versus before it was just, they don't have supplies or in fear or in danger of failing, but how, right? So they're more specific and can help our students get more direct help. But in addition to just raising flags, we are now making sure we're pushing out to faculty and staff that go ahead, you can raise the flag, but we also need to make that direct student connection. Make that phone call, send an email, do both. And with Jabber through the phone services, we can text our students too, because sometimes, when someone leaves a voice message for me, immediately irritated that it better be very important that someone's leaving me a voicemail, right? So having that capability of being able to text the students or shoot them a quick email like, hey, I'm, Kelly Quinn, I'm your math instructor. I haven't seen you in a while. Let's connect, let's do that. And then obviously also raise the Starfish flag. So schedules are going to be going live soon, so we'll be working with our students to get them registered and do advisement, because as we know, we have better retention if they walk out the door in December with a full schedule for the spring. So that is, as soon as the schedule goes live, that's going to be the next initiative that we're going to be pushing out to College Senate in November. And one of the other things we're working on is a faculty handbook. So we passed a resolution to have a group of 6 faculty members create a faculty handbook for faculty. And really what it is, there used to be a really large binder that we would all get when we started, right? And that's completely, a dinosaur now and doesn't stay up to date. And we have information here, we have information here, information here. So this group is going to be tasked with taking all of the information, collecting it, and then reaching out to our community college partners to find anything that we might be missing, or, hey, what are you doing? Maybe we'll include that too, to make sure that we're all on the same page. And we have one nice and tidy electronic resource that faculty and staff can go to get answers instead of being in our silos wondering how to find out how to do X, Y, or Z.
And you had mentioned that's going to be kind of an evergreen project. Where
yes.
Constantly we can, as we identify things that are valuable to the faculty, we can bake that into the next revision or online revision.
Absolutely, and as policies and things like that get updated throughout the college, then this handbook would obviously also be updated to make sure that it's staying in line with what is passed on the board level, but also on the managerial level, so that everything is, so there's no incorrect past information out there for everybody. So sometimes things change every academic year, like the locations or how to get a hold of our Student Access Center, for example. So that's something that we have to make sure we're always looking at, make sure faculty have it updated on their syllabi and things like that. So instead of having different email communications out there, it'll just be in one space. Here it is, copy paste it, throw it on your syllabus, and you're ready to go. And that's just one very small example of the things that's going to be there. But that is exciting, and we're hoping to have a draft list of at least the items, hopefully by the end of this academic semester, and then a completed project by the end of May. Right now it's tough because it's midterm week and we've all been in grading jail, because even though Brightspace is nice and we're transitioned, it's a little bit bulkier grading because we're learning. I don't know if you knew, but mostly community colleges are the ones that transitioned with Brightspace first. So we are the guinea pigs. The SUNY 4 years, because their semesters end about a week or two before ours do, a lot of them are still on Blackboard. So they're worrying about it later. So okay, community colleges, you figure out, the issues, and then we'll learn from you. So we're really, learning for all of the larger schools out there. So midterms are due, I think, Friday or Saturday, so it's been a process, but it's been a good learning process, and we have a really good faculty body that can troubleshoot and work together with our distance learning office, which there's only 3 of them now. There were 13, but now there's 3. So those 3 individuals in our distance learning office are just doing fantastic work with what we've got going on there.
Hi. Quick question.
Sure.
For Brightspace, does SUNY provide technical support?
They provide.
See, I'm shaking her head. Yes, I'm checking.
So part of our initiative, because we are part of the first pilot, so there is a system level support. Our distant learning team have been going through training, and then our faculty who have participated in the summer opportunity as well have some insight in there. So we're getting that level of support at the system level.
Right, and most of the issues that have come up have been system level issues. So coming up with global IDs, that hasn't really been a SUNY Erie problem. It's affected all the SUNY schools. There's been a couple times where Brightspace has been down, but it's been a SUNY level issue, not just us. So, we could put the ticket in, and then our DL team, will go to SUNY, say, nope, it's SUNY level, we're working on this, that, and then we kind of fix what we can, whatever they can't do.
I will say, I also want to thank Colleen and the faculty and Adian and the administration for agreeing to be a pilot. Because although it's painful, it does help us ensure that our faculty are coming up to speed, because I believe we're migrating off Blackboard completely effective January. So if we hadn't done this, again, there's growing pains, especially when you're, bleeding edge. But I think we're really well positioned to be able to leverage this as fully as possible.
Absolutely. I think Blackboard has done something like December 20th, and our semester ends December 23rd. So, and grades aren't due until after, the holidays. So it's kind of like we got to go now, or it'll be a bigger mess if we didn't. So it was definitely worth the blood, sweat, and tears. And we're all learning together. So that's good too. Lastly, let's make sure I hit all my different issues. There is a football game, and it's going to be at Highmark Stadium on November 5th at 4 p.m. We had a large faculty turnout for the last game that was at South Campus a couple of weeks ago, and so our physical education department is going to be doing some sort of like a tailgate, if you will, for students and people that are in the recreation clubs and things like that ahead of the game. So that should be fun. Hopefully it's a nice, beautiful day like today, but it'll be fun. So that's on November 5th. So I'll be there. My faculty team will be there. We've got a lot of students that are also on the team, so it should be a fun event.
Yeah, and frankly, I should have included that in my president's report, so thank you for bringing it up. But the kickoff is at 4 o'clock on Saturday the 5th. And again, part of the exercise, the events will include recognizing Scott Beeler and West Her, who had sponsored our West Her field at our South Campus for years. And frankly, he's been gracious enough to say, look, you don't have to give me any money back or whatever. I understand. I don't want to stop progress. And so all that to say, he'll be doing the coin toss, and we're going to be presenting him with just a small token of our appreciation.
That's good to mention that. Thanks. And everyone, Colleen, are you saw it?
Yep, I'm set.
Okay.
We are meeting on November, I think 14th is the next College Senate meeting. Be on YouTube. You'll know where to find us.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for your report, and thank you for the very thoughtful and respectful way you run those Senate meetings. I think it makes for very nice outcomes.
Great. Thank you very much.
And as far as this title, that it was a little bit strong, the subtitle says Guide to Success for Administrators and Teachers. So that's where the heart of this book is located. We'll see about that. Kelly, would you kindly circulate to the board members a reminder about the November 5th, 4 p.m. football game?
Yeah,
what's
actually,
going on with that?
A press release will be going out today.
Okay.
And we'll make sure everyone's copied on it. It has all the details about how to access the facility,
Yes,
what
where to
gates are
park
open,
and
all
so
that kind of
forth.
stuff.
We need those details, because it'd be nice if some of us could come, especially for Mr. Beeler, who's an incredible supporter of ECC, a chance to visit with him and thank him for his sponsorships over the years.
Our intention, by the way, was to send out invitations to all board members, and we are hoping to have a small reception at the Bills facility at that time.
All right. Moving to old business, there's one item that I would like to just add for next month as old business, Kelly, please, and that is I floated the idea of this State of the College address, and I haven't spoken too much to David offline about it, but I think I would like to bring it to closure next month one way or the other. Are we going to do it? And if so, how and by whom? And if not, that's fine. I just want to make sure we make an affirmative decision and not let it drift. I think it's a good thing to do, but I want to ask people like Len and the marketing committee, Mike from a marketing perspective, David, of course, and the others, all the trustees, if you have ideas along these lines. The general thought is that the mayor gives the state of the city, the county executive finds a public forum to give a state of the county, it gets covered, and he, in those cases, is able to frame things for the community, for the newspapers, for our students, prospective students. I think this is an opportunity that we should take advantage of. And I am respectful of any pushback or, hey, that's not a great idea or we ought to do it different, that's fine. But I want to think about it at next meeting under old business, whether we're going to do this or not. And if so, in what manner. So we have 30 days to mull it over. But unless anyone objects, I'll just add that to old business for next month. Okay? Any other old business? New business, there are two items. I'll cover one and then go to Melody because you've got a listed item there that we've talked briefly about. Both actually involve Trustee Baker, and we want to make sure that we can get all of us as many physically possible and present, or at least by video as we can. And while we have approved a schedule of meetings, none of us really know exactly what's going on next August or February or whatever. And there have been two meetings identified where Melody Baker is not able to make our scheduled meeting. Those are in February and August, so they're a ways away still. And that gives us opportunity, I think, to look at our calendars and poll the group and see, hey, can we do a different day that would allow Melody to participate? So I would like to propose that and ask Kelly, I know you're in the midst of polling the board. Unless anyone objects, I don't think we need to slavishly follow what we voted for. We would just amend our meeting schedule if we can make it where everyone can be accommodated. So that's in the works. Any questions there, or Melody, anything to add there?
No, thank you so much for bringing this up and considering it. I'd love to, as much as possible, be there physically present. So thanks.
Okay. And while you have the floor, your item there is the, well, I'll let you discuss it, of course, but the Board of Trustee actually participating in classes in some capacity to gain a better understanding of the student experience. Want to talk about that?
Yes, absolutely. I'd love for the board to consider having this participation in the courses as a benefit to board members. I say that because it does allow you to really understand the student experience and not have to go back to, when you were in college. I particularly do not plan on taking any classes for a while, but I know that there is a benefit. The people who are participating in governance also participating in the services that they're governing. I just think that it will provide so much more information, opportunity, learning opportunities. So I'd love to float that idea that board members can fully participate in courses, and there's some sort of a waiver. We're all very, very busy, I know, and I don't think that, I think that the value of actually getting the credit will provide, an incentive to participate in these courses. And I think that we shouldn't just be part of the governing body, but also consumers of the services that we govern.
So that would be an opportunity for a board member to enlist in a course and participate as a student in the course.
Absolutely.
If they cared about the credit, they could get the credit if they were working toward a degree or something. But if they weren't, it would just be like auditing a course at a college. Mm-hmm. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yes, absolutely. And I don't know what this would look like. I looked at different models, and what some models look like is very similar to the employee benefit. So being able to participate if it's of interest. Mm-hmm. I've been in school for quite some time, so it's going to be a little while before I decide to take any additional courses. I don't even want to sit inside of a classroom for a little bit, but I do think that it is an important and valuable opportunity for the governing body to participate fully as a student if they would like to.
Well, I think that's an interesting idea, and it's a new idea, so the trustees haven't really had a chance to, mull that over, what might be the implications of that. Marcel, first, I know this first you've heard of this too probably, but as the only one of us trustees who actually does go to classes, what do you make of what you just heard?
I like it a lot, because one thing is like me bringing what is going on in the college. Another thing is see any of the other trustees like going there and seeing how is the quality of the education, how is the space of the classroom, how is the labs and the equipment we are using. So I really like the idea.
Yeah. Colleen, would it be too weird if I came to your math class, or how do you think of this?
I just taught everybody how to play craps and how to win Plinko, because it's a binomial, so come on in.
Okay. I don't think I'm asking for any immediate, unless people have comments of support or questions or whatever. I think this is properly analyzed perhaps by Adiam and David offline in terms of could this even be accommodated, or is this violative of anything, you know?
I think we would have to consider our accreditation also, so I think, because there's shared government as a governor, so I think we really have to look into that. I value the point, I understand, but I think that we could talk about that.
Wanted to bring it up, and then who knows what obstacles may be there. We have to find them and then see if they can be addressed and see if there's interest. But how about, Melody, we leave this as having been brought up, and that the appropriate folks at the college to be identified by Adiam, Kathy, and David look at this and see what obstacles, if any, exist to it.
Yeah, speaking for enrollment, you know, if we can, you know,
that would boost things.
Ignore the waiver. I'm just kidding, because we like the, you know, the FTE and the revenue. But yeah, we'll definitely look at it. And again, the more I think everyone knows what's going on at the college, the better. And whether or not they participate in all classes, you know, for a full semester, or again, there's even a schedule, you know, where we basically have people who have an opportunity to review different classes. And again, you know, I don't know how to do it such that it's not like pre-structured. You know, the ideal situation is to be able to let people see a class as it normally happens, not one that's being prepped specifically in the expectation that a board member will be there.
Yeah, it's kind of like back in, well, sorry, Melly, go ahead. You were about to say something.
No, I completely understand. I completely get it. And I do like that idea of that natural setting. Perhaps what we could do is extend the benefit to like immediate dependence or something. Something along those lines. That way it doesn't have to be a board member, or, you know, it's you and your own vested interest, whether that's a dependent, consuming the services that you govern. And I say that because, I mean, just an example, this might be a silly example, but my husband is a principal, and we don't live in the district, but the district allows us, we live in the Williamsville East District, but where he's at the Sweet Home High School, the high school allows any employees to bring their kids over. So even though we're in the Williamsville East District, all of our kids go to Sweet Home. And the difference with parents, with community members, with teachers, when they realize that, you know, we're not just, you know, outside of the school, but we are a part of the school. You know, this is where we believe in the school and in the teachers. It just makes a difference. It'd be easier for us to send our kids to Williamsville East. It's right across the street. We'd get a bus, but it makes a big difference in the culture, the climate, and how people see us. You know, it's not that we're just taking from the school, not that our governing body is at all taking from the school. We're not compensated, obviously, but when you consume the services that you govern, I think that makes a difference. So that's all.
You know, when you put it that way, Melody, I absolutely can understand that. As many of you know, I've had children at SUNY Erie who have taken classes, and I've had the opportunity to mentor several students who came into SUNY Erie, and it's a completely different perspective. And I will tell my kids now, when they were in grade school, I say, ask your teachers if they will send their kids there. And I said, that's how you can get a good barometer of the quality of your school. And I don't know how many people would, you know, who have served on boards, president or past, that would, you know, willingly sign their students up for SUNY Erie or whatever college they're on a board for. So I mean, it is a good point, and definitely something for us to think about as we are trying to just really immerse ourselves into the full experience of the college.
Yeah, that's a good point right there that you just finished with. If the idea is to get us more immersed in the college, and it should be, I know COVID put a real damper on the idea of walking around the college, talking to students, going to the cafeteria, all stuff that as trustees and as people heavily engaged in the college sitting around the edge should do. I've gone to some of the the thing in the fall where it gets going, the commencement of the school year. Convocation, and then of course graduation is a good opportunity, but COVID's been tough. So if part of what this suggestion involves is just getting us into the college community or classrooms more, we can do that also on our own. One thing for Colleen and the Senate to consider is, you think about your high school days or middle school days when the observer would come in from the, it changed the tone of the class a little bit. So. But some teachers would be completely comfortable with it. I'm doing my class, come on in, Jeff, or whatever. I'd be interested to see what the faculty might think of such an idea, whether it be being in the course as Melody initially suggested, or drop-bys, or, if the intention was not to criticize, but to actually, be in the place where we're discussing. Just curious what your colleagues and peers would think about that, or what you think about that.
I don't know. I mean, so I took courses at UB recently and finished my doctorate. And being in classes as a student, even though it was a different institution, was also very eye-opening for me as a learner, but also as a teacher. I learned how not to teach a class effectively online. I saw things that some of my teachers did that I thought were awesome, and so then I incorporated them into my courses, and then I shared with my colleagues. So I think being in a classroom for me was beneficial for, obviously I got a degree out of it, but it also helped my teaching. And and it's the University of Buffalo, and I had actually quite a few courses that were not great, and it was surprising. But you do learn a lot being submerged in the environment.
Well, why don't we suggest that maybe Adiam as our provost take a little ownership of this general idea and see how it might be implemented in any number of versions, from modest to complete, and then take some faculty input, get Dr. Balkin's opinion, circle back with Melody, and let's see where we are in a month or so. We can keep it as old business. Melody, is that satisfactory?
Yes, that's fantastic. That works well. I do think the one piece of it, I think that it's just very important in order to be fully immersed and fully committed and get that full buy-in. It does have to be the full process. So not like an audit, like there needs to be credit associated with it. And how that looks in terms of like some sort of an agreement that the board member, I would look at it very similar to the employees, that model. But if it's an agreement and the instructors are fully aware that this is not to go in and to essentially, add any, for it not to be, to change the environment, but for them to feel comfortable as instructors. I don't know if that needs to be a part of it. But what I'm talking about is the full experience. And I don't think that you can have an authentic experience unless there's some sort of credit that individual is getting out of the experience. So that was just one important point I wanted to make.
Okay.
Jeff?
Yes.
I was never great in math, so I just hope trustees will be graded on pass-fail. Maybe that'll lighten things up a little bit.
Fair enough. Well, that's a good spot to leave it, I think. Interesting idea. It's a new business for a reason. We haven't had a chance to really mull it. Let's take that as an opening. All right. At this point, I'm ready to go to executive session. We have several issues to deal with involving personnel, some real estate, some litigation, others of the usual topics that we talk about offline. But before I do that, does anyone have any further business that has not yet been covered? Any further comments? All right, well then, thank you for your attention today at the meeting so far, and I'll take a motion to go into executive session, please, for the purposes that I just outlined and as outlined in the statute.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
All right. And for all in favor?
Aye.
So what I'd like to propose is that just the trustees meet together to organize ourselves for this executive session and take a look at what these subjects are and figure out how we want to approach it. And then we'll...
3-minute break?
Yeah, we'll have a break, of course. The time is, let's meet at, let's start that at 11:05.
get it. I got you.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
I get that.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. Pick up whatever you want me to pick up.
Appreciate it.
All right, we have come out of executive session. While in executive session, we covered matters involving the employment of two particular individuals and took no formal action during executive session. But we are taking an action now, and I'll ask for the motion.
At this time, I would like to take a motion, I'd like to make a motion based on allegations brought to the board to formally suspend the president with pay pending investigation.
In a second?
Second.
I second.
Okay. And any further discussion before a vote? If not, then we will poll the vote individually on that. Carrie, could you call the roll?
Jeff Stone,
Aye.
Carrie Phillips, aye. Amanda Lowe,
Aye.
Len Lenihan,
Aye.
Denise Wilson,
Aye.
Melody Baker,
Aye.
Marcel Suarez Pinero.
I abstain.
And so the motion is carried, and we'll work with Dr. Balkin with all respect to work out the details of that and maintain his status as the paid president while this is investigated. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So
So thank you. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
David.